Day 3 of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, and we are at the Yoyogi National Stadium, a historic stadium in Tokyo Paralympic folklore. The opening and closing ceremony of 1964 was held on this site, but right now we are concerned with Group B action in the mixed wheelchair rugby, where the United States of America take on Great Britain, followed by New Zealand and Canada. The USA and Great Britain serve up a top-table transatlantic undefeated clash, with the victor of this match due to top the Group B table, which has been hugely competitive throughout. Canada and New Zealand, they're fighting for third and fourth. But these two great adversaries will give no inches out on the court tonight as they seek pole position heading into the semi-finals. Two famous flags. Two flags that denote a special relationship, but there'll be no love lost tonight as referees Liam Costello and Chris Shaw of Australia and Canada are charged with keeping order on court this evening.
Let's meet the teams, starting with the United States of America.
The United States of America, led out by co-captain Chuck Melton in the number 2 jersey, swiftly followed by Joe Delagrave. They're the most decorated nation in wheelchair rugby history, and they are in a race with Australia to be the first to claim 3 Olympic gold medals. They were denied in Rio in overtime by the Australians in 2016, but they have started this Paralympics with purpose, and they have the swagger of a team that will accept nothing less than the colour gold.
Number 11, Lee Fredette.
They started against New Zealand with a comfortable 63-35 victory, and then it was a North American classic, edging out the Canadians, who did lead, but the United States held their own. Chuck Aoki was their main man, as was Josh Wheeler and Joe Delagrave, who played nearly all their minutes, but plenty of firepower on the bench for Coach James Gumbert, the man 17 years in charge, who knows this squad intimately and knows how to get them ticking.
Led out by their captain, number 22, Chris Ryan.
Standing in their way is a GB side who have looked assured, they've looked driven, and they're led out by Chris Ryan, the captain. Gavin Walker in the 4 jersey, also captaining a side rich with variety, rich with talent, and a few newbies like young Jack Smith, who got his first Paralympic minutes against New Zealand on day 2 of the Paralympics. Jim Roberts in the number 9 jersey, the Brecon boy. Get used to hearing his name and seeing his number, because he's a try machine. Confirmation of pretty similar score lines against the same opposition in this group just tells you all you need to know about how fine the margins will be between these two sides. Stu Robinson in the 3 jersey in his first Paralympics forms a potent partnership with Roberts when it comes to try scoring. But Paul Shaw has shuffled his deck a number of times against Canada, against New Zealand, and it'll be fascinating to see which combinations he deploys in an effort to defeat the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of the United States of America.
それでは試合開始に先駆けまして、両チーム国歌の演奏、まずはアメリカ合衆国国歌の演奏。
The anthem of Great Britain.
続いて英国国歌演奏。
Ladies and gentlemen, your teams, the United States of America and Great Britain.
Well, two impeccably observed national anthems and enough voice from both sets of players to be able to hear the murmur across the Yoyogi National Stadium here. You can just see there in the background, we have the joy of welcoming in some students from Tokyo, able to get their first taste of Paralympic action as the final words are expressed by the coaches. Aoki, Fredette, Cone and Pudabao will start for the United States with the classifications down the right-hand column denoting the functional ability of the players. They add up to 8, and that is the maximum one can have on the field at any one time between the 4 players. Huge wealth of experience on that bench. Melton, Delagrave, and the rookie Ray Hennegear in the tries early in the first game. We didn't see too much of him against the Canadians. He'll be itching to get out there and get crossing the line. Well, Great Britain have God Save the Queen, the Kiwis have the haka, and the USA have Bob Murray. You can take the boy out of Las Vegas, but you can't take the showman out of the boy from Vegas. He gets the USA going, and Coggan, Walker, Roberts and Stead will get Great Britain going early. Jim Roberts with a weighty 27 tries in the opening must-win fixture against Canada. Coggan was a 32-minute man, not missing a moment of that game also. And look at the firepower on that bench. Aaron Phipps, huge performance against New Zealand. Stu Robinson we mentioned in 3. Kylie Grimes looking to offer, and Nick Cummins also in his first Paralympics, desperately unlucky to miss out in 2016, ready for some minutes. 2 undefeated teams start tonight. Only one will emerge with an untarnished record. There's no draws in wheelchair rugby, and the victor tonight will be seeded 1 and play second place from the other group come the semi-finals. A rich reward for either USA or Great Britain. And GB come away with possession early, but Stead under pressure before finding Roberts, and it is Great Britain who'll draw first blood despite the attempts of Corey Pudabao. He takes a tumble, he won't mind, he's full of beans, he's one of the US hard men, and GB off to a perfect start.
Well, really interesting lineup for the United States in this game. No Josh Wheeler, no Joe Delagrave. They played pretty much every second of the second half in their win over Canada. So interesting decision there for the Americans to see them not starting this game.
Well, as we've seen throughout this Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, there are plenty of opportunities to show your hand, show your combinations, be it a high-low strategy where you're deploying 2 high category players buttressed by 2 lower category players, or a more balanced team approach.
And the flat tire curse has hit us already.
Get used to the sight of 2 sets of busy mechanics. Contact is not just tolerated in the sport of wheelchair rugby, it's relished. This is what we're here for, this is what the players are here for. And Jim Roberts is here to score tries all night. He is a one-man try-scoring machine for Great Britain. He's going to be key to their success against USA tonight, if that should come to pass.
He's averaging 20 tries per game in this tournament so far, comfortably in the top 10. Interesting to see how the Americans handle him as this game progresses.
Ooh, shaky stuff from the United States. Jamie Stead making a nuisance of himself, and the ball ricocheting off Chuck Aoki's chair. He put in some performance against the Canadians, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. A little untidy, though. He'll be disappointed. In that game against Canada, he was catching those. But he will hope that that trend won't continue with another drop ball there by Aoki.
Well, it's a cagey start from both these sides. The inbound, unnecessarily risky, giving Aoki the opportunity to potentially get an intercept. This isn't the error count you'd expect from these two sides, but it's illustrative of the prize on offer, which is a first place finish, and potentially, I say potentially, with great care, an easier semi-final, because if there's one thing that the 2020 Paralympics has shown us in wheelchair basketball, it does not respect the script.
Exactly, and of course, Australia will just be motivated more than ever, despite things not going their way, but they made it to the top 4. But anyway, let's have a look at Pewterbar here.
Wow, another turnover for GB early in this match. They've already got the 2-point cushion, but Stead doing excellent work, keeping Aoki in his top pocket. It all came from pressure on Pewterbar. And Johnny Coggan's going to help himself to a try.
Wow, wonderful start from Britain here. 2 turnovers, they've scored from both. And this is looking very good for Great Britain early on.
USA looking to settle through their quarterback, Chuck Aoki. Corey Pewterbar furiously wheeling to try and escape the clutches of the GB defenders. He finds a perfect ball over the top to the on-rushing Aoki. USA already lining up reinforcements. Wheeler there, courtside.
A big call, as I touched on earlier, not starting him. Very influential player. Pewterbar not too worried about that risky pass earlier.
Oh, well, that is pure class from Jamie Stead. The dummy to send Pewterbar in the wrong direction, and then the captain, Gavin Walker, doing the blocking job so he can scoot across to stretch GB out to 5-2.
They're defending high here too, Great Britain, and that puts pressure on that inbound pass straight away.
The USA really having to fight to make their way out of their inbound and the key area, even to get across the halfway line. Remember, just 12 seconds to transition from the back of the court across the halfway line in wheelchair rugby, as Aoki will flip it over, alley-oop style, to Pewterbar. That'll be a nerve settler, getting a try in.
Hard-earned goal, though. That was good defence by Great Britain there, though, even though the Americans ended up scoring. Good defence.
Wow, wipe out USA style, and it means Jamie Stead is going to coast across. Looks like it might be an awkward fall for the American. Chad Cohn there, the 38-year-old from Tucson, in his 3rd Paralympic Games. That won't be his first scrape with a wheelchair rugby court.
I think he's averaging 1 fall a game at the moment at this Paralympics. But there's a sight that American fans will be happy to see. Josh Wheeler on the court, already very influential in this tournament, scoring 13.5 tries a game and averaging 3.5 steals a game.
Well, that is the key stat right there, the 3.5 steals per game, because really in wheelchair basketball, you kind of expect, or you're putting the expectation upon yourself to score with every possession. And the margins that you win by are the steals, are the turnovers, and are the scoring in transition from those moments. As we see Wheeler, beautiful pin-perfect pass from Aoki over the left shoulder of Wheeler, already making an impact. Jamie Stead offering plenty in these opening salvos. Less than 3 minutes gone already, and we're already 11 tries to the good of our eyes. Aoki, pretty unflustered. Gavin Walker doing an industrious job to carve a path for his players like Stead, but that 12 seconds to cross the halfway threshold, just coming into sight. You see the clock there, down from 40 to 30, they only had 2 seconds. So Stead, instead of sacrificing the possession, called a timeout, and it means that GB will have the inbound, and it also gives them an opportunity to bring on Ryan Cowling and Stu Robinson.
Well, Josh Wheeler, that was a big play from him there to put the pressure on Great Britain and now allow all of the American players to get back behind the ball now, which is something we haven't seen them have or the opportunity to do so far.
No dice for Jim Roberts down the right flank. Excellent, excellent work from Lee Fredette. He's been a real pain, and he's stressing the shot clock for GB. They're not going to get across in time. Yes, they are. By the slimmest of whiskers, 0.4 seconds on the clock. What composure from Jim Roberts.
Well, perfect score there for Great Britain. They get the try, they soak up 40 seconds off the clock. That was just the dream result for them.
I'm not sure they intended to leave it quite that fine, but they'll definitely take it. Here comes Wheeler, lovely wiggle and dribble.
Well, the great thing about Wheeler is he's a 2.5 class, but he plays a lot higher. And Great Britain have got some very good mid-pointers in their team as well that play higher than their rating. Such a critical element to your team lineup.
That's exactly it. That's the game of wheelchair rugby. It is offering value across the court in every discipline. Can you snare up an opposition attacker? Can you be at the end of a ball when you're unattended and you've worked your way into space? All those little marginal wins, they add up to potentially a gold medal.
Well, might have to call a timeout here.
Well, he's got Robinson all over him. Plus a bit of Cowling in the mix as well. He's done so well to get around, then swerve back in. Running out of time, under pressure, launches it out. Aoki, helpless. A win for GB right there.
Wow, that's 3 turnovers or 3 lost possessions now to the Americans. Great Britain haven't lost one yet. They look a little rattled at the moment in the early stages of this game.
Goodness me, he needed a wedge and he had the 4-iron out there. Aoki couldn't get anywhere near it.
This inbound pass is going to be really interesting. Look at all the congestion.
So Coggan, if we keep our eye on Coggan down at the bottom, he's being allowed to move into space.
So we're going to have a timeout. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's a coach timeout too, which is interesting. I mean, the coach, Paul Shaw, they're not happy with the way everything was structured there. And now he's going to use this to talk tactics and to set up this inbound pass differently.
Interesting that he should use a coach's timeout, a more significant timeout so early in the game, and with such a healthy lead. He recognises the significance of keeping the foot on the throat at this point, having got an early lead against these Americans. He doesn't want to surrender any cheap points. Well, Robinson pinballs his way through, and it's all pretty easy for the big fella from Morecambe.
Now now we've got the three Americans out there who've been playing so well together. Delagrave, who's got his hands on the ball now. Wheeler's out there, and also Aoki.
Joe Delagrave, the co-captain of the United States, feeds Chuck Aoki. He's met with a double GB pincer, and Robinson's dispossessed him, and GB will go the length. Wow. And they're going to go into an extraordinary 5-try lead with bags of time left in the first quarter.
Wow, what a start to Great Britain. And Chuck Aoki, things not going to plan for him at all at the moment. You not often see him being dominated on the court, but that is happening in the early stages of this match. So some big thinking ahead for this man here, Chuck Aoki.
Really is one of the stars of this USA team. He's been very vocal in his desires of what he wants from Tokyo. In fact, his Twitter biography even says bronze medalist, silver medalist, looking for gold. Well, Aoki's done fabulously well to get the ball back to Delagrave despite being swarmed by the dark blue jerseys of GB. Still, they won't let Aoki have it easy.
Brilliant defence there from Jim Roberts. Those gaps are closing so fast. Wonderful desperation from Roberts, but he has overstepped the mark just a touch.
Certainly has, so he'll retreat to the penalty box for a while.
But just an indication there of desperation on defence, which is what you want to see from your team.
You want to make every point difficult to get. The easier the points come for the opposition, the less questions you're asking and the more recovery you give to them to put in a defensive play and suffocation on you. So GB with the right attitude at the moment, with the right passes between a really quite mouth-watering attacking pair in Roberts, in Robinson. They were imperious against Canada. It looks like they like it against the North Americans.
Just using up some time here, Roberts. Great Britain will get the first possession in the second quarter at this stage. Wind the clock down, use it as their friend.
So, for you rugby wheelchair newcomers, and we know there's a lot of you out there, this game really capturing the imaginations of the Paralympic audience. This final 2 minutes of the quarters really as much a time management exercise and manipulation as well as scoring. The aim, try and be the last team to score, deny the opposition the opportunity to then head back down and get a score, because with whoever gets the possession at the start of the next quarter, that in itself can become a 2-try swing. And as it stands, GB have the 4-try advantage. They have the possession in the hands of their main man, Jim Roberts. And they're going to try and whittle down as much of this clock as they can, but they must be mindful of their own shot clock. Well, Joe Wheeler eventually does stop Jim Roberts, but he does it in a nefarious nature. He goes to the penalty box for either 60 seconds or until Great Britain score a try, whichever comes soonest. And it's going to be the try, and it's going to be through Stu Robinson.
Yeah, take the score. Back your defence. I mean, the defence has been very good. The USA have only scored 8 tries in this first quarter. That is a really fine effort from Great Britain.
I mean, this is unbelievable from Great Britain in this first quarter. Stu Robinson in possession, going over the top to Jim Roberts. They pretty much have control of the clock until the end of this period. They could feasibly go in 6 tries to the good. which is an extraordinary margin at any point in a wheelchair rugby match, let alone the first quarter.
Okay, that's going against Britain. That's a shame for them. They would have liked to have scored there.
That is. I hope they don't look back on that and think they were too laissez-faire. Because Wheeler, whoa, big shot from Stu Robinson, who almost dispossesses Wheeler. It's a fumble from Aoki. The ball's gone loose. No one's going to get a score to close out this quarter. Great Britain putting up the USA under all sorts of defensive and turnover pressure. And an extraordinary lead at the end of this first quarter, leading 13 points to 8. Well, to put things in perspective for the viewers, the USA have scored 121 tries in their first 2 matches. They have been constrained to just 8.
Yeah, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So on that average, they're going to score 32 tries in this game, which is a very low number of tries. Quite extraordinary. So it's going to take some effort from them to come back into this match.
Chuck Aoki, predictably, the United States top scorer with 3, Wheeler with 2, Delagrave with 2. And then beyond that, there's only one more to speak of, whereas Great Britain, Jim Roberts, Mr. Dependable with 5, Robinson with 3, Jamie Stead with 3. But the key thing is that there's 2 other scores to report elsewhere. The margin of this lead after the first quarter, handsome, but one that Great Britain cannot rest upon.
Well, interest now as to how James Gumbert, the American coach, is going to get this team of his back into the contest. This is going to take some comeback. If you're looking at it from an American perspective, you've got hugely experienced players in there. The majority of them are silver medalists from the last games. They came within a whisker of winning the gold. They only have 2 new caps in their team across their 12-member squad, so they're hugely experienced. But to be 5 down at the end of the first quarter, they'll be shell-shocked.
Well, the second quarter underway at the Yogi National Stadium between Great Britain in whites. Great Britain in blue defending the USA in white, and under assault early through their main attacking threat, Chuck Aoki. USA utterly shell-shocked after the first 8 minutes, getting on the board early and in the hands of Aaron Phipps, who has been introduced and immediately surrenders a turnover to the United States of America.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Great Britain turn the ball over now, but this Great Britain defence has been really on point so far. But Wheeler's got clear space.
Whoa, double team on the USA, but fortunately Captain Chuck Melton's there to gobble up the assist in across the line for the try. Now, Aaron Phipps, he had a shaky introduction, but let's be right, this guy's wheelchair is jet propelled. For many people's money, the fastest man out here in Tokyo. He's an all-action wheelchair rugby player, and he gets on the scoreboard nice and early.
He sat out the first quarter. Now he's got some work to do, and this is great defence again here from Britain. They've jammed up the American main man, Chuck Aoki. Oh, that's ambitious.
That is ambitious, but whew, Aoki dances it into his hands. We saw extra resin being applied in the quarter break as Wheeler does just that. Wheels across for a try, nicknamed Wheels.
Lovely composed try it was too. You know, even though Aoki was trapped, it looked like someone had chained his chair. It was a brilliant effort to unleash him and finally score the try.
So Jim Roberts weaving, slaloming, and invoking a bit of illegal contact from the arm, I believe. And a penalty try awarded.
Yeah, Aoki, that action of his wasn't to the liking of the referees.
Aoki really having to fight to make way through the Great Britain traffic in the mid-court area at the moment, isn't he?
They're just finding it a little easier, though, in this quarter, just to do that. Because in the first quarter, that just smothering defence of Great Britain was working a treat. So it'll be interesting to see if that can continue.
So Great Britain exploring a couple of the combinations that we saw them trot out against New Zealand on day two. We've got Jack Smith on the court. Aaron Phipps is now taking that role as the key try scorer, using his power, using his pace. But don't worry, the linchpin Jim Roberts is still out there, so a lot of optionality for GB as they get another steal. And Roberts across for another try. The USA cannot live with the defensive pressure that Great Britain are applying at the moment.
Well, that was gift wrapped on a platter, that one, for Roberts. As Melton comes forward.
Whoa, big collision on the chairs. Melton deals with it well as Aoki wraps around. He links up with Wheeler very nicely indeed. Big smash, but the USA coming away with the try.
Well, that's 4 steals now to Great Britain, as you just saw, to none. 4 steals in the first 10 minutes of this game. It's incredible. Particularly given the quality of the opponent.
Well, both these teams topping the charts in terms of steals after the opening 2 matches, 13 apiece. And at the moment, it's GB streaking away with 4 to the United States' zip. And again, the pressure telling and forcing the United States into a timeout to relieve it.
Aoki not happy there. Some big minutes early in this game. This is a huge test for this American team, who've really navigated their way through their first 2 games very comfortably indeed. Not really making many inroads at the moment. It's that 5 apiece so far in this quarter. So no major inroads yet for the American team. Great Britain know this as well. They know this team in white here have to do all the play. It's up to them.
So Aoki in for a customary score. He's seeing 3 new Great Britain personnel in front of him in the shape of captain Gavin Walker. Coggan's on there. Stead's back. Bad news, USA. Jim Roberts still on the court, and he's weaving and speeding his way across the try line. God, he's in good form, this guy.
That was incredible control of the chair, wasn't it? One of the best solo efforts we've seen. Wonderful effort. So Scaturo's got a problem with his wheel.
Roberts as well. As you can imagine, the hardware is put under a fair degree of stress in the sports of wheelchair rugby. Incredible engineering, in fact, with regards to the durability of the wheels, of the chairs. Two varieties. Wheeler gets just clipped by Walker coming round. Aoki, everywhere he turns, he sees a deep blue jersey and an even deeper problem when it comes to scoring. Wheeler goes long, that's smart from the USA.
Yeah, Aoki could see the space on the right, and Wheeler knew it was there, and it was all about the timing of the pass to complete the score. Check this out here. Wheeler just waiting. There we are. Oh, there's my mate. There you go, buddy.
God, it's easy when you do it like that, isn't it? Well, Jamie Stead is really doing some nice bits, but such is the commentator's curse. He throws a loose pass, which Aoki is wise to, and Wheeler drags one back. And that's the first bit of good news for USA for a while.
Well, yes, their second turnover of possession in this half, or in this quarter. And it's something very important. They're going to need to keep pushing and pushing all the way through to the end here.
Jamie Stead looking to make amends. It's a 3-on-1. Aoki's taken out by Roberts.
Brilliant by Roberts.
Really, really good. Can't underestimate the work that some of these players do when defending as well. Sure, it's great they score loads of tries, but got to do the unglamorous stuff in the middle of the court as well, haven't you?
Well, that's exactly right. And a lot of these tries, whoa, Aoki, that was close. A lot of these tries look easy, like that, but all the hard work is done before them.
Well, fabulous handling from Aoki, and he puts Gavin Walker on a turntable while he's at it in centre court. Feels very strategic, doesn't it, at the moment? It's a real game of chess this quarter after Britain just came out at 100 miles an hour in the first one.
Well, yes, and I wonder if James Gumbert, the coach of the American team, will look back on his decision not to start Wheeler with some regret down the track, because Wheeler is coming into the game nicely now and forming this good combination with his mate Chuck Aoki, who's just behind him there. There they are. Two Americans combining for another try.
Just thinking about formidable, high category classification combinations, and the 2.5 that you mentioned about Wheeler and Aoki, I can't think of another combo in the Paralympics quite as good as them. I think about Nankin and Ivana on the French team. Really, Wheeler and Aoki are, there's a telepathy to their play.
Well, that was there was jump ball there as in basketball terms, so the arrow's now gone back to Britain. So kind of a half a win there for the American team.
Well, you'll see at the end of quarters, Jim Roberts gets another. You'll see players from the team who won't have the next possession trying to force a held ball in the closing moments of the quarters with which to influence who's going to get possession at the start of the next quarter. So keep your eyes peeled for that sort of trickery.
That was a wonderful score from Wheeler. It was great hands from him to catch that one back at the other end of the court. It almost got away from him.
Well, Aoki giving Roberts a taste of his own medicine under a bit of pressure. Gives it to Stead, who fumbles. Good quarter this is growing into for the United States.
Well, they got the ball back, but they're making it life difficult at the moment. Need to score from it, though.
Plenty of time on the shot clock, 20 seconds. United States take their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, plenty of time for them, but plenty of time for Great Britain to organise their defence as well.
Well, it's a congested key. Aoki's going route one, no purchase. Is there a little hole for him? Sure there is.
Brilliant work there from number 12, Chad Cone, just to seal off just enough room for Aoki to sneak through and score.
Well, speaking of unglamorous work, that's the kind of stuff that opens up the avenues for guys like Aoki to score the tries.
Yeah, 100%. And that's excellent play by Cone, because you've got to make sure there's just enough room. If the room is just too little, then of course the cone comes into play, and you can't hit the cone. It's not a score.
Don't you just marvel at the knowledge of the dimensions of the chairs as well, because these gaps are honestly just alleyways.
Didn't you notice what I just said there? Cone left just enough room without hitting the cone.
I'm saying I'm still marveling. I'm still marveling despite your vivid description.
Actually, let's not get distracted. What we should focus on is that scoreline now. It's back to 2.
Snuck up.
Yeah, America are coming back into this nicely. They've outscored Britain by 3 now in this quarter. However, there is still plenty of time to go.
Great Britain form their dive bombing unit before turning to attack the USA key. Ooh, Aoki's round the corner. Stu Robinson. He's all jammed up over there on the right flank. Roberts is forced into a timeout.
Yeah, excellent work there by the Americans. Robinson, good call, I think, by Coach Shaw to get him back on there. He's a good player. But we were talking about that space at the other end of the court that Chad Cone created. Britain just couldn't quite own that space in that play, with Delagrave sealing it off for the United States.
He's a big man, is Captain Joe. So maybe they need to look to afford a bit more room when he's in the key. Aoki, Wheeler, Delagrave in the key. And Britain seem to have lost their attacking pizzazz. And America!
Oh, they've given the score. That was interesting. Aoki almost did a brilliant job there of squeezing the space. Let's check the replay out here.
Well, this is the shot. This is the shot right here. Just
didn't see it, unfortunately, but to get the score. Interesting decision there by Wheeler not to score. Delagrave does now.
It's so interesting to see the movement in momentum. Britain toiling for each try now, and it's coming so easy for the States as they apply the pressure in the backcourt. Roberts still in the British key. They go long. Robinson's in pursuit. But you know what? Robinson's not going to get it. Cowling is.
Great score there for Cowling. Big score there. The United States can just earn one more turnover. This could really make it interesting heading into the second half.
Plenty of time for the scoreboard to be shifted around in this quarter. Timeout from the States. Good pressure from Great Britain.
Excellent pressure. Wheeler too will give his team the opportunity just to give themselves a bit more space as they move forward here.
That's the face of a wily old campaigner.
Absolutely, it's the face of a coach that you just say yes to. Yes, I'll do whatever you want.
So the United States with the inbound from Butler to Wheeler to Aoki. And then Butler getting the bump in on Robinson to make it awkward.
Yeah, someone blew a tyre. I think it was Robinson.
That's the signal, by the way, if you've got an equipment malfunction. Imagine you're in the mirror showing your guns off to yourself.
Oh, that's the referee putting the tips of their hands on the shoulders.
That's exactly it. That's the international I need a mechanic signal in wheelchair rugby.
You can often hear it too. Psh, just the inflation.
Genuinely, yes. So tries hard to come by over this last little period, but finally Joe Delagrave finds a way. Roberts does his level best, but Delagrave's too far down the court, too far committed to the try line. 2 points. Great Britain's cushion. Remember, it was 5 at the conclusion of the first quarter. They will be seeking to be leading by a minimum of 3.
They will use as much of this 23 seconds left on the shot clock as they possibly can, then to create some time pressure for the United States to score the last try before the end of the quarter.
I wonder if they use a timeout in all this. It looks like they're going to. No coaches' timeouts left for GB at the moment.
They are going to use a timeout. There we are, just before the 15 seconds clicks over.
Goodness me, it's nerve-wracking, isn't it, watching that clock dip down?
I think that's a good call by Britain. It's managing the game. They realise they've still got this 2-try lead. And their aim really is apparent now. They don't want the United States scoring in these last 15 seconds.
So GB will have 15 seconds on their shot clock. We are eroding down the game clock. And Robinson has got himself into the key across the line. There are still 6.5 seconds. USA go long. Aoki is on it, and that is a fabulous score to close out the quarter. The magic Hail Mary from Wheeler and Aoki with the touchdown.
Well, let's just circle that 23rd goal by the United States. How important might that be in the context of this match? Who knows, it might not be. But if the Americans can claim a 1-try win, you just never know. You come back to that 23rd goal.
Well, second quarter to the United States of America. They've come firing back after a British blitz in the first quarter. We're at half-time here at the Yogi. United States of America 23, Great Britain 25. Well, here are match stats at the halfway point, and not much between these two sides. Maybe the steals tell the story of the 2-point advantage that Great Britain hold over the USA at the moment. 4 steals to the United States 2, but one thing Britain will want to look out for is their discipline. 3 offensive fouls, 1 defensive foul, and a penalty. They need to lock that up if they're going to hold on to this slender 25-point to 23 lead over the USA. Well, we're here at the Yoyogi National Stadium for day 3 of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics and day 3 of the mixed wheelchair rugby. Great Britain lead the USA 25 points to 23. And while we may be here to be watching the wheelchair rugby, that half-time is a demonstration in body language in terms of momentum and sentiment after that second quarter. It was the Great Britain who fired into the lead, leading 13-8 at the conclusion of the first quarter, but the USA have grown into things. They've got a couple of turnovers, they've forced a couple of steals, and they seem to be the more energized as we approach the second half. Adam Scaturo gets us underway for the USA at the Yoyogi National Stadium on day 3 of the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics. Great Britain leading USA 25-23 at the half-time, but cut that lead to 1 because Chuck Aoki had just crossed the try line early.
What a collision there for Roberts and Aoki.
Oh, cute play from Roberts there. It looked to be a no-go, hit the reverse and then changed his mind and first geared it through the hole. Beautiful wheel work from Roberts.
Combe just got a little bit confused there. Great defensive pressure again there from Great Britain. Josh Wheeler had no option but to call a player timeout. Otherwise, he would have conceded possession because the 12 seconds was evaporating to get it over that halfway line very fast. And he was still a long way from that halfway line. He had no option.
The clock is a fickle beast in the game of wheelchair rugby. It can be your greatest friend, but also the whispering death on your shoulder as well when it's ticking against you and you're a long way from where you need to be. United States, Scaturo on, Cone on. Butler and Delagrave take a rest. Someone who is not in a rest, but more somewhere in a hurry, is Wheeler, but he's stopped in his tracks by Robinson before finding a pin-perfect ball to Adam Scaturo, who gathers just in time before his front two wheels cross the paint.
You say pin-perfect, it was almost a little out of his reach, wasn't it? He did really well to gather that one, actually. Remember, Scutero is only a 1.5er.
It's like any good pass in rugby union or rugby league. You put it out in front of them to make the player move onto it and stretch themselves. Just like Robinson is stretching his try-scoring habit to 6. He is some player, Robinson. 14 tries against Canada in the first match. He's up to 6 already. Speaking of influential men in the chair, how good has Wheeler been this evening for the United States of America? You can get your head round why he wasn't starting. And the 11 tries that he's helped himself to, well, tells you why.
Exactly. But there's still time for the United States, and I think you'll see Wheeler and Aoki out there for the rest of the game. Oh. That was a bone-rattling tackle, that one.
Roberts rides it and gives it to an even bigger, more confrontational man, but doesn't matter how big you are, if there's nowhere to go, and he continues to turn down USA blind Ali's Aoki, disrupts with the intercept. Britain under shot clock pressure, he looks to see what he should do, and it's a timeout.
There was no shot clock violation there, even though, well, half-court violation rather, because the last player as the ball rolled down court was off an American player. You can see the deflection here, there from Aoki, and then came off his wheel. Down court it came, so Robinson has rights to pick the ball up, but the clock, as you correctly said, is now down to 15 seconds again.
Well, that is a helpful niche rule clarification right there for the newcomers to wheelchair rugby. There's quite a few technicalities and regulations to get your head round, but interspersed with that is an awful lot of skill, plenty of strategy, and a bit of biff as well, as Robinson goes flying in as the dive bomber before the more delicate Roberts finds the big man Robinson, who moonwalks across the line, dragging Aoki with him.
What desperation, but gee, again, a hard-earned try there by Great Britain. Roberts had a chance to get it to Robinson earlier in that play, but Aoki, wonderful desperation. That's what you want to see from your team if you're coaching, or if you're a coach at this level. You want to do everything you possibly can to stop the score.
Look at the face of Robinson. Absolutely no time for Chuck Aoki's efforts. He is a competitor, isn't he?
Make no mistake, as you touched on earlier, Aoki has a bronze, has a Paralympic silver. And I tell you what, both of those will be kept well and truly hidden in the drawer if he can win a gold medal here. His third Paralympic Games. What a start to the second half we've had. This is just fiercely competitive. Both teams have scored 3 tries. Nothing in it.
It's an interesting dynamic to this game, because this is the one that everybody would have been looking forward to ahead of the Paralympics in this group, and with both sides progressing already through to the semi-finals, you think, what is the dynamic? They're both going to get through to the semi-finals, but you can see how much they want to go through this Paralympics undefeated.
The will to win is there for both teams, no question. Someone's lost another tyre.
Well, Aoki ain't stopping for no one. And looks like Roberts is going to do a bit of self-repair. Oh, he's taking his own wheel off there.
Yes.
There you go, he's already planning for retirement. This is his last Paralympics, maybe a future as a mechanic.
What a player he's been for Great Britain. He's a 2-time European Championships winner with Great Britain. Oh, we've got a game on our hands now. Back to 1 we go.
Still only 33 years old, Jim Roberts. he's got another Paralympics in him, surely.
100%.
But he'll want to negotiate this one here in Tokyo first. Speaking of negotiating, he just about manages to do so around the United States key to allow Robinson to squeak across for another try. His tally's beginning to mount up. Just 6, although it feels like he's scoring more, maybe because of his general offering around the court. Probably in terms of that offering, his counterpart Wheeler just shunting him enough to let Aoki get free before the two bookends of Cone and Wheeler make it impossible for anyone to get to Aoki, and it's another try for the American talisman.
Well, why we marvel with these higher classified players, rather, Aoki, Robinson, Roberts, you know, some really good work coming in. Oh, how's that for a tackle? Yeah, that's a penalty try. Wheeler there, coming in from the side, deemed an illegal play there.
Well, I think maybe it was Aoki coming from the other side, spinning him. I think that Wheeler got him right in the sweet spot. But it was Aoki's influence from behind. You can't spin the chair. You can't hit them from behind dangerously. You definitely can't be excessive and malicious in looking to cause injury. Everyone gets that rolling over is part and parcel of the game, but
something similar has just happened there with Robinson on the defensive end there. A try being awarded to the Americans for something similar.
Well, wipeout in the mid-court. Double wipeout, in fact. Two British players down. Jim Roberts and Ryan Cowling. So, a halt is called.
Just touching on the, while we marvel at the players that are, 3.5 to 3, there is some very good play coming in from the 1.0s and the 0.5s in this game. Scaturo, Cone, we've seen creating space for their teammates. Cowling, of course, for Great Britain as well. And it's worth mentioning those because often the stars are the ones with their hands on the ball in all sports. The LeBron James has scored 50 points a game, do a triple-double or whatever, but the hard work goes in from his teammates to allow him to flourish. And I think it's worth acknowledging those players here on the court tonight.
You're absolutely right. The Jim Roberts of this world, hands on the ball at the moment, wouldn't be anywhere with the likes of Johnny Coggan, Ryan Cowling, who are flanking him, who are carving a path. Look at them. Just dive headlong into that United States cordon that's filling the key. Roberts just spots enough daylight to squeak through despite Wheeler putting it in reverse. 11 tries, they're not coming easy.
Good work for Roberts there. Just suck it in, Wheeler, just a touch there. Oh, great pass.
Wonderful vision. Even more precise execution. Joe Delagrave in the front court, steaming onto that one. Wow, there's little subtlety to the way that Robinson is attacking the key in this instance, but he's met by 3 white jerseys. He's all jammed up, and he's been in possession for beyond 10 seconds. He loses it. That is a key turnover for the United States, with Britain leading by just the 1.
Well, Robinson, he had no room to bounce the ball to restart the 10 seconds. Oh, the pass!
Oh, and he gets his rock back immediately. Oh, he'll be breathing a sigh of relief, and he'll want to make amends with a try. He's weaving, he's juggling, but eventually he's finding Roberts, who's across to restore the 2-point advantage for GB. Big oscillating of momentum and possession there. The United States have missed an opportunity.
Oh, no doubt about that. That would have locked the scores up, but it wasn't to be.
Well, if Wheeler thought he was going to get it easy on the way to the line, he had another thing coming with Jim Roberts on his tail. Delagrave arrives on the scene to lend a hand before Aoki smuggles it through to Wheeler on the wrap. Beautiful play from the States.
Yeah, perfect wheelchair rugby there. It's all about freeing up space for your teammates, luring in two defenders, as Aoki did there brilliantly.
Here comes Roberts. Delagrave can't stop him. Coggan, there you go. That's the unglamorous, unheralded work you were speaking of. Wiping out Wheeler, who was scrambling across, and it was easy street for Roberts all the way across the line.
Well, we've been going try for try in these first 5 minutes and 14 seconds in this third quarter. So absolutely no change to the margin since half-time.
A lot can happen in 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
Oh, there's going to be a British player sent to the penalty box here.
So Ryan Cowling of the West Coast crash off to the penalty box for 60 seconds or until Wheeler makes his way across the line. Aoki will do it.
Like that little nudge from Robinson there. Come on, mate. Over you go.
You know, they're all very needy, aren't they, out there? They all want to, you know, just say, hey, mate, I'm here. Don't forget about me at all times. Oh, Robinson to Roberts, and for once, the old favourite GB combo doesn't quite happen. You see Roberts there, a little bit behind him, but still, I think Roberts, a man of his calibre, he'd have expected to take that.
Well, the Americans called the timeout there, just to compose themselves. Good call, and now here they come.
If Aoki and the United States can convert, this will be the equalising turnover score. Wheeler's gone down.
Well, we talked about in the first half when the Great Britain team was up by 5.
They're up by 6 at one point.
Six. I was just thinking that. Couldn't quite recall, but it would be some comeback if the Americans could level it up. And we are now on that cusp. It's an incredible comeback. Oh, great pass.
Great pass, using Delagrave's presence, his height, his reach in the key to draw it down across the line. With 33s, all of a sudden, United States drawn game with Great Britain. And Great Britain have just lost that zip that they were oozing in the first quarter, and everything is an arm wrestle, even if your arms are as big as Stu Robinson.
Well, they've picked their act up, the Americans, at both ends of the court, haven't they? They've tightened up their defence. They've become very stingy. They've only conceded 8 tries in this third quarter. In a tight quarter, though, there's been nothing in it. Nothing in it.
We're going to have a change of ball here. These regulation volleyballs slightly overinflated to aid with the flights of the ball for when the players are passing to each other, but makes you appreciate just quite how big this ball is that they're playing with, and when players are manipulating it one-handedly, the control that they've got is quite remarkable. Jim Roberts, happy to take his sweet time. They've got a numerical advantage. Wheeler in the penalty box, just out of shot on the left. Oh, 0.7. He's trying his best to get to 0.1. Trying his best.
Well, it was a dismal failure. He still had 0.6 of a second, didn't he?
Oh, Aoki nearly goes swerving and tumbling over from a big smash from Roberts. Robinson's next to arrive. He doesn't mind a bit of contact, but Wheeler, that old telepathy with his buddy Chuck Aoki, sees him drift into the key and across for the equalising try.
Also allowed the Americans to get up and press high on defence from the inbound pass. which the Great Britain side seemed to have broken down pretty comfortably.
Interesting difference in tactics at the moment. The US in a hurry to score all the time. GB, they want to manipulate the clock. They want to drag it out.
Well, at this stage, it's going to be Great Britain with the ball to start the next quarter. The last of the game, so it could be a 2-try swing for them here.
Robinson will want to whittle down the clock as much as he can before he makes it across the line. 0.7 seconds, the record from Jim Roberts. Oh, come on, Stu Robinson.
Well, 7.1 seconds left. Could be a 2-try swing, unless America can score here.
Well, they did it with 4.6 seconds on the clock at the end of the last quarter. They've had 7.1, 0.9 remaining. Aoki looking to smuggle through. No dice. The United States failed to equalize with the final play, so the third quarter ends here at the Yoyogi, and once again, the Great Britain lead has been eroded that bit more. They lead the United States 35 points to 34. What is being said in those huddles? So much wisdom to draw from Paul Shaw of Britain and James Gumbert of the United States. A big fourth quarter awaits the United States and Great Britain, and they'll be looking to their chief try scorers, Wheeler, Aoki, Delagrave if you're of an American persuasion, Roberts, Robinson, Stead, who we haven't seen for quite a while for Great Britain. Both these teams desperate for the victory that will mean they will have bragging rights in the group come the conclusion of these preliminaries heading into the semi-finals. Both these nations assured of their semi-final berths, but it's a case of who will they play and who will be undefeated. United States 34, Great Britain 35. USA having whittled away a lead of 6 points for GB. Can they go the distance and make it a win? We're underway for the fourth, the decisive quarter at the Yoyogi National Stadium. Great Britain in blue on the charge against the United States in white, who fought tooth and nail to come back from a 6-try deficit to be breathing down the Great British neck. But with an early try, the cushion grows to 2 tries once again for the Brits.
Good early score there for Stead, and now Wheeler off the wonderful pass from Aoki. But just wonder how the Americans are feeling. They did all that work to lock the scores up there for a little period, but then on the rotation, oh, great tackle there from Aoki.
Oh! Hammer time in downtown Tokyo. Chuck Aoki with the shot that raises the roof from the US bench.
Now let's just reiterate what happened there. That was a legal challenge. That was on the money from Aoki. And it's earned his team possession.
And his team possession in a quite spectacular hit. Jamie Stead's all right. He's been on the floor a few times in his career. And that's the man who inflicted the foundation shuddering hit of the Aoki.
Looks like Walker's got a flatty. It's only worth it, though, if the Americans can score. Like a break and serve in tennis. The experts will tell you, yes, you might break your opponent's serve, but it's not complete until you hold your serve in the next game. And it's very similar here. And we've actually seen an incident or an instance of it earlier in the match where the Americans earned a hard-earned turnover, but they couldn't score, and they lost the ball seconds later. But it looks like Aoki is going to level the scores up.
Well, Aoki's got an earpiece right into your commentary unit because he understood how important it was to hold that serve. And it is parity. The USA 36, Great Britain 36, and we've got a long old time in this fourth quarter.
Well, Roberts utilising his extra pace. Score that try, much needed one for Great Britain.
Much needed, not looking very joyous as he crossed the line there.
Oh, he hasn't even come close to smiling in this game.
Oh, that is immense work from the States with the ball begging to be turned over by Great Britain. Take a bow, leave for a debt, the initial fumble, but then with the wherewithal to snag up the British players who are looking to take advantage and wrest back control of the game.
How good was Wheeler on that last play as well? Brilliant score.
Jamie Stead races down to the other end to make it 38-37 to Great Britain. Paul Shaw, very stern look upon his face as Adam Scaturo outstrips Jamie Stead.
Scaturo showing great pace there for a 1.5er. Good try.
One thing to be mindful of as well, can't see it on our graphic, but the USA have two timeouts, two coach timeouts. Great Britain have none left. Is that going to be significant as the drama unfolds here at the Aoki? Jim Roberts does what he does, races across for try number sweet 16.
What's also going to be interesting, who's going to have it in the head? I mean, all these players are brilliant players. And top-level sport is all about how you handle the moment when it comes. And that moment is coming for both of these teams in these next 6 minutes.
Well, these two teams know what it's like to be here as well, because they met in February 2020 at the Quad Nations. Great Britain took the lead early, USA fought back, and it went to 4 overtimes. That's right, I've said the OT words. We haven't had an overtime in the Paralympics yet, but as candidates go, this is looking pretty plumb here at the moment. Roberts transfers to Gavin Walker, but Gavin Walker had already crossed the line. No try awarded. Another defensive win for the United States.
Well, this gives the Americans the chance to take the lead. And they have never led in this contest. What a moment if they could achieve it.
Well, they're going to be made to work for it. Aoki has it palmed to by Wheeler. And who needs to lead the entire game when you can take the lead in the fourth, final and crucial quarter? It's the USA 40, Great Britain 39.
Superb work off the ball there by Scaturo and also Wheeler. Oh, lovely play. Just a slight handbrake reset there by Stead. We're going all the way here. And just to remind you too, overtime is 3 minutes. And if they're tied after the first overtime, they just keep going in 3-minute blocks till they have a winner.
No such thing as a draw, only winners and losers in wheelchair rugby. Tell you what, Aoki and Wheeler look so in the mood at the moment. What a range of passing. But the scramble from Great Britain's very, very good. Coggan's doing an incredible job of locking up Fredette. But Fredette's free, Aoki's going for the line, and Aoki's making the line.
Roberts very close there to closing the space, though. Oh, that Ko was within just an absolute whisker.
Urgency about everything that each team are doing at the moment. More so Great Britain, I feel. I feel Great Britain are terrified of going down. They want parity every time, but USA, they're the ones in the ascendancy. They're the one with the break advantage, almost, as Aoki takes them to 42.
Now, everyone will be... I don't think there'll be any delays here. There'll be just tries being scored. And then as we come to the last 2 minutes, the magic 2 minutes, then we'll see some of these coaches and senior players trying to figure out how it's all going to unfold over the last little while. But there's some really big defensive pressure coming here on Great Britain as they look for a clean inbound. And hello, someone's in the naughty chair. It's going to be Chuck Aoki.
Well, he's not happy about it. Well, I'm afraid them's the rules, Chuck.
Well,
He's having an animated conference about his views on whether he should be in the penalty box with the officials next to him on the desk.
Brings Delagrave and Butler back on for the United States as well.
So, Roberts pointing at Aoki as he coasts towards the line. He's telling his captain, Gavin Walker, block Aoki from coming back on.
Timeout's been called, yes.
The timeout means that Aoki gets out of jail with $100 in his back pocket, in fact.
I don't think he'll be spending it unless the Americans win the game. It's beautifully poised, isn't it? 42 all.
Really interesting game. I mean, like when we started that first quarter and Great Britain, just everything they touched turned to tries. The United States were all over the place being turned over. 13-8 Great Britain led, but they have clawed their way back via their fingernails.
It's been a brilliant effort from the Americans. Both teams, actually, both teams need a big tick. They've played with great attitude. You know, the way this game's unfolding, it feels tense. It feels like there is something at stake here, like a medal. But there's no medal at stake in this game. We're still in pool play.
Well, that is precision from Delagrave, wasn't it? Oh, beautiful timing on the bounce pass as well to Aoki, with the threat of the shunt right in his eye line. That ball from Delagrave to Wheeler, all these passes are heart in mouth every time, but so few of them ever go wrong, do they? It's such precision out there.
Oh, another flat tyre, and that was Jeff Butler, who just made a line for Roberts. And that was really good work from Butler.
There's Johnny Coggan. Speaking of getting out of jail, he's got the sheriff moustache going on there. Befitting of an experienced player. Roberts scoring once again. Try number 18 for the Brecon boy. be a 43-43 with the USA again. Options are plenty for Delagrave. Aoki and Wheeler streaming through, but it's Aoki who ends up with the pill. And we're down to 3 minutes and 23 seconds remaining. Chuck Melton trying to get the attentions of someone on court. Saw an opportunity maybe. Stead, that's nice from Stead, going for a dribble down the left flank. Illegal contact with the arm. And Chuck Aoki off to the official's desk.
Well, interesting call there. It looked like Stead had good position on that left flank and looked like he was going to score anyway. So Aoki back in the penalty box.
Well, this is something to be mindful of. That's penalty number 8 for the United States. So that's 8 times they've been numerically disadvantaged compared to Great Britain's 3. And that is significant. As an indication, they'd only had 9 penalties for their first 2 games, so they're almost at their entire competition total within 1 game here.
I think that's a credit to the British defence too. Oh, lovely hands.
Oh, you'll love to see it from Big Joe Delagrave.
Yeah, credit to the British defence because they're luring these penalties out. I mean, America the United States had to play tough in this game.
Well, that was a gorgeous bit of handling from Joe Delagrave, arching back and then slingshotting instinctively into the lap of Chuck Aoki. Jim Roberts, more troubles with his chair.
He's been through a few wheels today. Gives the Americans, all 4 of them, a chance to get back behind them, play that deep defensive game that they've actually played very well at since that first quarter.
Jamie Stead's done very, very well there. Big Joe Delagrave in reverse, can't control it. Great Britain awarded the try. Delagrave distributing, becoming more of a presence in this 4th quarter, despite leaving the court on the last play and surrendering the try.
Good try.
Without the wish of making it simplistic, he just looks like a big man who's difficult to get the ball off, and he has time and he has vision and range with his passing and just comfortably distributing.
He's got that aura about him. There's a good pass. Easy score for Roberts. 2 minutes to go, and we're locked up still.
Will your prediction ring true? Is it the first time for overtime at this Tokyo 2020 Paralympics? These two know all about it from previous encounters. Really important that Delagrave snaffled that, because had Roberts hit him at the right time, would have made it incredibly awkward for him to reel in. As it is, it's Aoki linking up once again with Wheeler. I'd love to know how many times those two have assisted each other, as well as the 36 tries that they've amassed this evening.
Well, there's 4 possessions left. Maybe 5, we'll see. Britain will hope there will be 5 because it'll give them a chance to tie the game.
Johnny Coggan is Johnny on the spot, just as Jim Roberts seeks him in the key. 47 apiece. Remember what I said about timeouts, the USA still with one. Could it be a victory determining one?
Well, the Americans need to score now, and they have. They want to soak up a bit more time, because this is all about manipulation here. What the Americans are trying to do is have enough time left to score one more goal, take them to 49. Britain by then will be on 48. And then time will be against Britain from equalising. That's what they're trying to do.
Oh, and under the pressure, Britain have cracked, and that could be the ball game. Purabao is going ballistic.
And there's only a 1.8 second differential. So the Americans can wind the clock down here all the way to 1.8 second without scoring.
And they've got the timeout as well that they can use as well. The clock, the possession could be theirs. The 2-point lead is just about theirs. Delagrave with hardly a doormat to spare.
Well, that is a game-winning play right there. That will be the game. And the United States, what a comeback from them. 6 tries down. That is a Herculean effort to come back and win the contest.
Well, 28.1 seconds. 2 points to deficit. Britain have to score, and they have to score ASAP. Then they've just got to pray for a turnover. Jim Roberts meets his match in the shape of Aoki in centre court. Everywhere he's turning, it's motivated white jerseys. He's running out of time. He's running out of room. Oh! By the slimmest of margins. 7.8 seconds remaining. 7.4, I beg your pardon.
Well, all the United States need to do now is hold the ball. 7.4 seconds. They just have to treasure possession.
Big pressure from Great Britain.
There's still just an issue with the official on the far side there, with the official. So we've just got some slight issue here.
I think the game clock is being restored to 7.9, 7.8, so I was right.
All right, well, this pass here is absolutely critical.
Too easy for Chuck Aoki. Jim Roberts is going to try and disrupt, but Aoki is going to give it to Wheeler, who's going to steal away for a huge victory for the United States. Aoki, the man alongside his running partner Wheeler, and if a face can tell 1,000 words, it's that of the USA coach. The United States have beaten Great Britain 50-48 here at the Yoyogi National Stadium.
Well, a wonderful game of wheelchair rugby. A credit to both teams. Very competitive, great spirit. Will to win was there, just had everything. Great match.
Great match, high on class and high on bounce back ability if you're of an American persuasion, because it looked a game lost after the first 8 minutes. GB racing away into a 13-8 victory, into a 13-8 win. Lead before being reeled back piece by piece. And that is a victory dance, and one they've earned. A magnificent game. Aoki and Wheeler, supreme. Both these sides progressing through to the semi-finals. But it will be the USA as the group winners, and facing the second seed from Group A. Well, that face tells you everything from Stu Robinson. It was the game that could have been, it is maybe the game that should have been, but it was the game for USA to clinch in the fourth quarter. It's the USA triumphant over Great Britain, 50 points to 48 at Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. So there are your game stats, but the top line, that's the one that matters most. And the USA, they were never in the ascendancy on that part of the scoreboard until the fourth quarter, and that's when it counts. 50 points to 48. They triumph. Discipline an issue for them with 9 penalties to Great Britain's 3, but that'll matter not. Huge comeback for the USA and food for thought for Great Britain heading into the semi-finals. That's how it all ends up in Group B. At the top, the United States of America, 3 wins from 3, Great Britain 3 from 2. They both progressed to the semi-finals. Canada and New Zealand still to battle it out for 3rd and 4th place, which will determine which classification they will go into, 5th and 6th, or 7th and 8th. So there were the leading scorers in the game. And you just need to look at that left column and look at the pairing of Aoki and Wheeler and the damage they did to Great Britain. Jim Roberts was scoring freely as always, but Stu Robinson struggled to link up with the fluidity with Roberts that Aoki and Wheeler demonstrated all game. Joe Delagrave brought his wisdom, brought his tries, and that was the difference.
Please welcome the flags of our nations, New Zealand and Canada.
Wheelchair rugby action continues here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Welcome to Yoyogi National Stadium, where we're getting set for a Group B match between New Zealand and Canada. This is the last match of group play. And both teams, as you can see from the record, have 2 losses from their 2 games, both hunting their first win. The reward for the winner of this match here will be a place in the 5th and 6th classification match. The loser will head off to a playoff for 7th and 8th. So that's what's at stake for the 2 sides. These campaigns have not had a win yet.
Please welcome your referees, Katharina Adler-Dollhofer from Austria and Alex Schreiner from Germany.
Schreiner from Germany and Katie Adler-Dollhofer of Austria. The referees for this match.
Let's meet the teams, starting with New Zealand.
New Zealand well led out by their captain Cody Everson from Christchurch in South Island.
Number 2.
There goes Gareth Lynch, now Hayden Barton-Coots from Auckland.
Number 6. Hayden Barton-Coots.
Another Cantabrian, Mike Todd, 44 years of age. Gavin Rolton from Wellington.
Gavin Rolton. Number 10.
He has appeared in 3 World Championships for his country. Robbie Hewitt.
Number 15.
Wainafi Lefono and Bani Kona Ferenisi complete the lineup. So there are the results. Comfortable losses there for New Zealand. The coach of Greg Mitchell. So just the 8 players in this New Zealand team. Their first appearance at a Paralympic Games since 2008. And there's Greg Mitchell, the 41-year-old assistant coach of the New Zealand team for 5 years before he took over in 2019.
Now it's time to meet Canada. Led out by their
Now the Canadians,
number 10.
led out by their co-captains Trevor Hirschfield, number 10, and Patrice Dagenet.
Number 2. Travis Morale. Number 7.
Morale. Byron Green hasn't seen too much court time. There's Mike Whitehead, 5th Paralympic Games for him. He's only ever been 6 Paralympic wheelchair rugby tournaments at Paralympics. He's played in 5 of them, which is pretty amazing.
Number 11. Fabien Lavoie. Number 15.
Canada, of course, have losses against Great Britain and the United States. They had their moments in both of those games.
Number 25.
Just weren't good enough to go on and claim the victory.
Number 33.
Keep your eye on number 33, Zach Liddell. He is a try-scoring machine. He is averaging 31 tries a game. That places him 2nd in the tournament. He's got all the skills of a wonderful player. And this coach here, Patrick Cote, 38 years of age. He's been the coach of the Canadian team for the last 4 years. As we stand by now for the national anthems of both countries.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of New Zealand.
まずは両国国歌の演奏。ニュージーランド国歌の演奏です。
Anthem of Canada.
続いてカナダ国歌演奏。
Ladies and gentlemen, your teams, New Zealand and Canada.
Yes, wheelchair rugby action at Yoyogi National Stadium at Tokyo 2020. Here at the Paralympic Games, we're standing by now for the haka, led by Hayden Barton-Coots. Final preparations now for both sides from New Zealand and Canada. New Zealand with just the 8 players are starting for Barton-Coots, Rolton Everson, the captain, and Konaferenisi, who's been great for New Zealand. He's averaging 17 tries in the 2 games that New Zealand have played. Substitutes Lynch, Todd, Hewitt and Lafono for New Zealand. New Zealand's averaging 36 tries per game. That's comfortably 8th based stat in that category. Here is the Canadian lineup: Caldwell, Hirschfield, the captain, Simard and Medell. It's been going great with 31 tries per game. That's only 5 below New Zealand's entire total, which is quite extraordinary. Talent on the bench too. Morale, Whitehead, of course, the 5-time Paralympian, starting from the bench in this particular clash. Turnovers have been bothering New Zealand as well, 13.5 per game. Need to cut that right down if they have any hope against this Canadian team. Been there and thereabouts in their 2 matches to date. The winner of this game will play off the 5th and 6th. Loser to 7th and 8th. Wheelchair rugby action at the Yoyogi National Stadium underway in Group B. New Zealand in the grey strip and Canada in the red. New Zealand playing in their 4th Paralympic Games, their first since 2008. They are gold medalists from 2004, bronze medalists from 2000. And Canada too have medalled 3 times but have never won the gold in their 6th Paralympic appearance here in Tokyo. A twist of fate as we watch Medell have his first touch of this game. New Zealand's 2 medals that they've won at Paralympics. There's a nice pass in to score the first try. Simard getting that one. New Zealand's 2 medals have been secured in 2000 and 2004, beating Canada both times for gold in Athens and for bronze in Sydney.
Well, maybe things are looking up for this New Zealand outfit. They've been gallant in defeat, but stepping up for the first time in a long time at Paralympic level. They brought a depleted squad of 8 comparatively to the 12 of the other nations, and it's a bit of a learning curve for them so far, so they'll want to finish these preliminaries strong against a good Canada side.
Zach Medell is going to be the player that they'll have to keep their eye on as Barton Coots looks to squeeze that gap closed, and he's done a brilliant job there. Medell now looking for a teammate, and there is a score. Going over to score that try, Cody Caldwell from Peterborough in Ontario, and it's 2-1 to Canada.
Decent effort from Cody Everson to try and dislodge the other Cody at the death, but to no avail as Connor Ferenisi makes progress up the court.
Connor Ferenisi from Auckland. He is a real live wire. And look, there's space for him on the right. Oh, lovely shift there. And he scores. Good player, Barney Connor Ferenisi, 27 years of age, from Auckland, of Samoan heritage. Now it's back to work on the defensive part of the game as Medell comes forward. Slams the anchors on there, Medell. Great control of his chair, as we can see right there. He is a try-scoring machine.
Well, Zach Medell took a break from Canadian wheelchair rugby for 3 years in the wake of Rio. He's reintroduced himself to the scene, and it's been quite an announcement from
Everson,
the number 33.
The long ball down court, scores a try. New Zealand making a better start in this game in their previous 2 matches, and now they're looking to tie up Medell. Look, they're triple teaming him before the inbound pass. Now Medell can shrug free. Don't use him this time. It's Wool in possession. Now Medell. And they've only got 12 seconds to get the ball over the halfway line, and they've done it with 1 second left. And Medell worked nicely down court. Good try for Canada. 4-3.
Well, this is a much better start than New Zealand in their previous 2 games. Maybe the Paralympic nerves got to them, but there were early fumbles, steals and turnovers working against them and facing an uphill battle early, but they've got parity with the Canadians at the moment and looking for their 4th to tie things up right here through the captain.
It's Everson. Rao to inbound it for Canada. Medell, how fast he is. He's just too quick. And he will score plenty of tries in this game. Make no mistake about that. He's already got 3. And he will rack them up in this game. He is very hard to stop. He's touched on 31 tries he's averaging, and the 2 opponents that Canada have played are good teams. Connor Ferenisi. Might need to look for a pass here. He's called a timeout. He knew he might struggle to get over that halfway line inside the 12 seconds.
So first timeout employed by the Kiwi team, and as you said, used as almost a bailout strategy. Only 12 seconds to transfer the ball from the back court across the halfway line. You have a 40 total shot clock. When time pressure's on and it looks like you might have to turn over through not making those time markers, you can call a timeout, as New Zealand just did, to relieve a bit of pressure and regather possession.
Well, with only 8 players, there's Everson. That's a great inbound play from him. That was on the money for New Zealand. Connor Ferenisi scores another try. With only 8 players, Connor Ferenisi is the highest rated player at 3.5. Hayden Barton Coots 3.0. They don't have any backups higher than a 3. So a lot of the control of the game rests on those 2 players for New Zealand. And they are going to need big minutes. That was a penalty try. Now, Connor Ferenisi, he's fast, but he's not that fast. Catch up with that one.
So penalty try awarded to Canada because New Zealand had 4 members of their team in the key. Only allowed 3 in the key when you're defending, but all 4 of the attackers can pile on in there.
So Canada get the first turnover and have the opportunity here to build a 2-try lead. And that's Medell taking the direct route to the try line. And it is 7-5 now. Barton Coots. Oh, great hands from Konaferenisi. But he's struggling for room. Oh, a lovely screen set there by Rolton. And Konaferenisi is away. Oh, he's got Medell with him.
This is going to be...
Konaferenisi. And now he's going to settle it down for a set play. Well, he could have put the arms to work there again, maybe, and snuck round the other way. Here he goes now, Barney Konaferenisi, and he's done brilliantly with some help there from Barton Coots and Everson.
Well, that's going to be a nice little tussle, isn't it? Konaferenisi up against Zach Medell. We saw a nice early fender bender between the 2 high category players, and it's a real good start. Nice little tussle out there on the court between these 2.
Oh, there's the pass, nicely taken by Caldwell. Shouldering the ball too is Medell. Everson does a great job there to stop him. So too with Rolton, but Medell still gets there and scores the try. You've got to put your chair on the line to stop tries in this sport.
You certainly do. These chairs specifically crafted for the purpose of wheelchair rugby. You're not going to find these just straight off the shelf.
Barton Coots, nice pass. Everson now. Konaferenisi is clear. Everson can't get the ball to him. What's Barton Coots going to do here? Now he gives up the ball to Barney. And Konaferenisi. Oh, lovely evasive skills there. That was pretty good work from Simard as well. Just create that little bit of doubt there. Barton Coots racing back on defence for New Zealand as Caldwell brings the ball forward for Canada. Caldwell might go all the way here, and he does a brilliant job there. Cody Caldwell in his 2nd Paralympic Games, plays for the Toronto Titans team in his home country. Barton Coots in possession for New Zealand. Konaferenisi. Double teamed, but he's so fast. Oh, lovely work from Everson. Medell knocks him over, but that created the space for Barney Konaferenisi to score the try.
Well, this is the most measured start that we've seen to a match from New Zealand. We've seen Canada in glimpses play some real good wheelchair rugby, but the great thing is to see New Zealand not throw the match away too early. Their 2 fixtures thus far against GB and USA, they found themselves chasing the game early, the adrenaline pumping so high that some errors and some loose balls have come to bite them, and they've been left with a huge uphill battle. But they're well in touch with Canada and also bringing a lot of variety to the manner in which they're building these attacks. It's not just route 1 through Konaferenisi.
Well, Canada make big changes to their team. Just Medell, the surviving starting player, out there now as Lavoie goes over and scores the try. Another player from Ontario. He's in his 5th Paralympic Games. He's 40 years of age, hugely experienced. He's a 3-time medalist for Canada, 2 silvers and a bronze. Unfortunately for Canada this time, they won't be playing for a medal. And that's always hard to take, isn't it? Especially if you've got a rich history in any event like they have.
Well, no history comes richer in the sport than the nation that invented it back in 1977 in Winnipeg. Duncan Campbell, who's still involved with the Canadian wheelchair rugby team. He's one of the men involved senior management-wise with the Canadian side, picking out players, scouting, recruiting, alluring them to this brilliant wheelchair sport.
So 10-8 the score. All good hands from Barton Coots. Here's Konaferenisi. Oh, he's away. Now here Medell. Whoa! That was some sizable contact. Surely someone's chair's broken out of that. I don't think so. Well, whoever constructed those chairs earned their money there. Brilliant.
They're the kind of sparks you want to see flying in the midfield. Unbelievable balance and core strength. And there was another shot coming in around the back door as well to try and make sure Big Barney hit the deck.
Everson races back and he's tied up here, Lavoie. And now Medel. Tries to barge through corner Veronese again. Good work from Medel to free up Lavoie, who's gone over to score. Lavoie is a 3.0 class player. Reminding you once again that each player is given a point value based on their functional ability in the sport. The higher the value, the higher the physical function. The highest value you can have is 3.5, lowest 0.5, and the total value on court per team can't exceed 8. Here's Barton Coots over the halfway line. So what this all means, you need to have a mix of high functional players and ones that aren't quite as functional. And Cody Everson is a player who scores the try there. His ranking is 1.0. He's contributing nicely in this game, isn't he? He's scored a couple of tries and now he's working hard on defence as well.
Well, this is exactly the point that I was making, that previously we've seen New Zealand searching for their identity, and it's been coming through Conor Veronese. But now they're bringing all the players into the fold, and that's why we're seeing the captain prospering in attack as well as offering in defence.
Well, that try there for Medel was his 5th. Conor Veronese almost loses the ball. Oh, he's away. Yeah, and the Kiwis on the sideline enjoyed that one. Canada come forward again. Nice open game, isn't it? 23 goals already in this first quarter. 23 tries. Here comes Medel, finding space again through that New Zealand defence.
Nice opening quarter, tidy opening quarter as well. Not many errors, just the one turnover. And some pretty pleasing on the eye tries being packaged together by both sets of attacks.
Barton Coots, small risky pass. Medel's got the steal and he'll score immediately, will he? No. Well, he's happy to just cool the engines just a tad. Maybe look to soak up a bit more time as we head down the stretch of this first quarter. Great steal there from Canada. Chance to build a 3-try lead now. There's no room through there, is there? There's a nice little pass. And New Zealand almost get the steal, but it's come off Barton Coots, so it still will be Canada ball.
Fabulous efforts from New Zealand to try and right the wrongs of the Zach Medel steal. Barton Coots looking for Conor Veronese with that variety, but just asking a little bit too much of Big Barney up top.
So Hirschfield back out there now. Whitehead 2. Whitehead's got his eyes on the try line, can't get there. Shot clock down to 5. Oh! And New Zealand are going to get the ball. Good work by that New Zealand defence that time.
Canada are actually going to maintain possession because the captain was forced out right at the very last moment. Nice bit of ring craft from the seasoned Canadians. They're going to have a 3-on-4 to get this one across the line, which feels tough on the Kiwis, who fought so hard to repel them, but
they got right down to the end, didn't they, of the shot clock. So now Canada can wind the clock down here. There is a 5-second differential between the shot and the game clock. So Medel is happy to just soak up a bit more before he'll move it down court here. Medel finding space. Now he'll score the try with 0.9 seconds left. Back on defence now. As Everson rejoins the game, 6.3 seconds left in this quarter. Corner Ferenisi. Will he get there in time? Oh! Now, Corner Ferenisi won't score the try. Now, what are the referees going to do here? They're going to actually have a chat. Greg Mitchell's not happy. Everson comes over to have a chat to them as well.
He wants to make sure his man's okay first and foremost. An enormous collision. Conor Ferenisi travelling at such velocity.
Let's just wait and see what the referees are going to decide here. The quarter has ended anyway. We're just waiting.
No try, happy with the challenge.
Wow.
It was a seismic one, but it was a legal one.
Well, Greg Mitchell still arguing the case over there, the New Zealand coach. But anyway, it is quarter time. 14-11, the score. Zach Medell leading with 7 tries at the moment in the first quarter. And it's Barney Korofenanisi with 8 for New Zealand. Cody Everson has the other 3 tries for his team. Well, the thrills and spills cut and thrust of wheelchair rugby on display there. It's quarter time, 14-11 to Canada in this Group B match. Second quarter underway, New Zealand in the grey and Canada in the red. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from the Yogi National Stadium. The winner of this game will finish third in this pool as Everson comes down court, and that means they'll play off for 5th and 6th place at this Paralympic Games. The loser of this game will finish in 4th place and play off for 7th and 8th. Martin Coots, good pass. And that was going to be a score to New Zealand. Mofono out there now, and the leaders cut back to 2.
Well, fresh injection of personnel as well from Canada. Number 25, Shane Smith, the high category through. Wow, showing his wheels down the left flank there. He's making a Paralympic debut these games. He's been accompanied by Patrice Dagina onto the court. Canada looking for a fresh angle in attack. A fresh challenge for that man, Barton Coots, who misses his man.
And Smith has picked up the ball. Good pass from Smith. Has that got a bit too much gas on it? No, Medell's comfortably got that one under control. Scores another try for Canada, and the lead is 4.
Well, it was Eric Rodriguez who threw his hands up with his back to the attempted pass from Barton Coots, and great start to this second quarter from Canada.
Oh, and a steal by Smith. He's getting into the game nicely, isn't it, Shane Smith? Dargenay is tied up. We call a timeout. Yes, he has.
Goodness me, it's been some introduction from Shane Smith. Like a caged wild animal, finally allowed to roam free on the wheelchair rugby courts. Big try, good turnover, great energy.
So timeout called by Canada. That was the first player timeout they've called at the game. Sikona Ferenisi at the moment taking a breather. This has been New Zealand's problem. Can they keep it going without their main goal scorer, try scorer out there as Medell tries to find a way, and he's managed to find the free player, and it's Smith again who scores back-to-back tries. Barton Coots. Barton Coots finding space down court. Lovely pass to Lefono. That's a good score for New Zealand. Lefono, a 35-year-old, 2.0 classification next to his name.
Good to see Lefono in the tries early on his introduction. Shane Smith, who's just been an absolute ball of energy since coming on in this second quarter, gets ahead of himself and loses control of the ball. Not quite sure what happened there, but they do manage to salvage possession, and Canada will go again.
Medell. They just called a timeout just before the ball went out. So they've blown 2 player timeouts in quick succession. Canada now is Medell. Barton Coots can't quite find court position on that near post. And now Canada back to a 5-try lead over New Zealand. There's Lefono. Oh, met with some fierce defence already. Medell, even though he loves scoring tries, is a very good defender. Wonderful all-round player. Barton Coots again. Lefono with him back, and Everson trying to create space for Barton Coots. Just get it over halfway in time. Someone's blown a tyre. And we have an equipment timeout. On the floor, looks like Hewitt.
Yeah, Robbie Hewitt, the man who plays his club rugby for the Waikato Stampede. Waikato, a famous rugby region of New Zealand. And just a bit of a glimpse of Hayden Barton Coots beginning to search for varying range with that left hand of his, just holding it one-handed. Great control from the number 6.
He's a big imposing player, Barton Coots. Tries to find some space, can't quite feed the player. And I think Smith, in fact the try is going to be awarded. Smith concedes the penalty try. So the lead is cut back to 4 now. Medell under a bit of pressure this time. Very quick, isn't he? Off he goes.
Races away.
Straight away, he's back marking his opposite number. Barton Coots again, oh, an errant pass, and Canada have got the ball again. Good steal there from Rodriguez.
Do you know, Robbie Hewitt just got a little tickle on the chair, and he looked back over his shoulder, lost his way on the court, and that's why the pass missed him. He was the intended target.
Medell still has the ball. Oh, great pass over to Smith, who scores. That pass needed to be on the money for the try to be completed, and it was. So Canada 6-3. And Barney Ferenisi still on the sideline, but waiting to come back on now, the next stoppage. And Everson, has he got the pace to get down there? Oh, the high pointers are on him in a flash, aren't they? Here's Barton Coots. Now Lefono. Lefono should get there, and he will. Good score for New Zealand.
Well, Well, that helps when you're Barton Coots and you can hold the ball in your hand like an apple pip in a baseball mitt.
Second try for Lafono. There's Smith, and Medell's away. Medell will score his 11th. He has more than half the tries that Canada have scored in this game. Kolofiranisi waiting to come back on. 3 Canadians are waiting to come back on too. You can't make a sub after a try scored. Here's Barton Coots. Just getting it over in time again. Good hands from Everson. Lafono wants it. He's got it. Well, that was a close call for New Zealand. It looks like Lafono might have been tangled up there.
He did really well to patiently just bounce it so that he could extend the 10-second possession. Very much a this is my ball mentality. You're not taking my ball.
Oh, good pass from Lafono. Oh, great hands from Everson. Give them a bonus point for that one.
Best try of the game. That was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, worth a look on the replay. Some wonderful passing by those New Zealand players. Everson, good hands. Shane Smith, in the meantime, has scored in the blink of an eye at the other end of the court. So he'll try again. Lafono in space. 2 defending players further up. Lafono looking for control. Smith, a legal steal there. Wonderful work from him. That was really good work. And now Medell back himself to score here. And he goes over to score. So good work by Smith. And then Medell. We're going to have a timeout on the floor to New Zealand.
Well, Canada racking up the steals in this first half. 5 now to their ledger. And leading by 7. That just shows you those steals are absolutely pivotal.
Well, they have, yes. Yeah, and Shane Smith's got 3 of them already. He's only been on court for 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
He's got 4 goals, 4 tries as well. Busy, busy boy.
And his reward is he's out of the game. Yeah, Coach Cote is rotating his players around a bit. Now Kolofiranisi is back on for New Zealand after a 5-minute rest. He's out there. Oh, it's a good pass. Barton Coots has got that one. Now can he manoeuvre his chair in time? Kolofiranisi hangs back this time. Lots of movement off the ball. Kolofiranisi a bit isolated on that left flank. Oh, he finds a way through. That was determination. Comes Canada. There's Lavoie with a lovely pass. Letourneau is out there now. Lavoie. Wow, comes out there. So no Zach Medell on there now.
The first minutes, the first seconds that he's missed this entire Paralympics.
Yeah, well, he's been such a key player for them. Good to see Coach Cote giving others a chance. It's a good time. Oh, beauty. What a cracking pass that was. Kolofiranisi.
Enjoying himself out there, Kolofiranisi.
Here come Canada once again. This is Travis Rao out there now. Good pass over to Lavoie. Lavoie. Wow. Check out the spin move there. All New Zealand is back behind the ball here. Lavoie. For space on the right, can't see there. Dagenet out there on the left, he's wide open. Dagenet can back it in here. Score the try.
And look at that extra bit of play from Gareth Lynch as well, who came in Not Gareth Lynch, I beg your pardon. Travis Morale for the Canadians.
He's picked up the loose ball here. Corner Ferenisi couldn't handle the ball on that occasion. Now Lavoie, 40 years of age, very experienced player.
He's a fiend for the physical in this game.
Try is going to be scored by Travis Morale from Richmond, British Columbia. In fact, it's not a young person's tournament, is this? Most players in every team aged over 30. Oh! Whoa, wipeout territory there.
Well, I did say that Lavoie was a fiend for the physical, but usually administering, not being on the receiving end like that from big Barton Coots.
Yeah, there was only one winner on that confrontation.
I'll tell you a story about Lavoie, though. The first time he tried wheelchair rugby, he was still in a halo and a neck brace, and the nurses were rushing around trying to stop him from charging into the other chairs. So I think, while that looks big to us up here, it's child's play to Fab Lavoie.
Well, I don't know if they're joking about the wipeout, but I would say it's probably a high chance. Barton Coots, who would have enjoyed that one. Corner Ferenisi, looking for the ball from his big Kiwi teammate. Start the team, Barton Coots, Corner Ferenisi. He can just have wonderful control of that chair of his. Whoa! There are some wipeouts in this game. And
yes, he's just
was
turned him over.
It was Lavoie. Got a bit of payback, but on a different player.
Well, Barney, you can thank your teammate Hayden Barton Coots for poking the bear. Couple of big wipeouts for Conor Ferenisi in this half.
They just bring it on, don't they? Yeah, Barton Coots just said, come on, mate, let's go. Oh, there's Lavoie, double teamed by the two players, Barton Coots and Conor Ferenisi.
Oh, Conor Ferenisi hunting him down.
Well, a lovely pass from Lavoie, and Letourneau it is this time scoring. It's a 9-try game now with just under 42 seconds left in this first half. But plenty of action in these last few minutes. Barton Coots got the cherry picker up to catch that one. And now Letourneau has come in here and he's heading straight to the penalty box before the referees even signalled it.
I think he knew he'd overbalanced there. Nothing malicious, just enthusiasm getting the better of his wheels. Certainly enjoying this quarter and the confrontation at the moment.
Boy, Everson, gotta quickly get that. Oh, that's unfortunate. He's called a player timeout. He's had to call a player timeout. After not having control of the ball there. Right, you've got to make the best of perhaps a situation which wasn't materialising, so Greg Mitchell straight in there with the words, as any good coach does.
Well, they've got a few timeouts to play with, so why not with 35.9 seconds remaining on the first half clock? My one big concern is that Lavoie gets substituted off at any stage, because I'm enjoying him versus Barton Coots and Conor Ferenisi too much.
Well, the good news is all three of them are still out there, but Everson has blocked Lavoie that time, and Barton Coots won't score the try just yet, just to soak up a bit more time. Conor Ferenisi is free. It's the matter of him getting the ball. charged over the line. Score another try for New Zealand. That's his 11th. We're back on again. Lavoie. Can he score just in time? Oh, he won't. Oh, he's blown it. Bit disappointed too, he didn't finish that off. An all-action end to the first half. One which has been a very enjoyable performance from both teams, but it's Canada who are in control at the major break of this game, and they lead by 27-19.
Well, it's a good-spirited contest out there. A lot of smiles on all the players. Hugely physical, but also seeing some really nicely crafted tries as well. We're seeing the long-range speed and power. That guy who came on for Canada, grinning ear to ear, Shane Smith, he had a profound impact from the moment he came on. Then we're also seeing the well-worked team tries as well. But the highlights being some of those hits going in.
Yeah, massive, haven't they? It's Canada who are getting the job done at the moment. They lead by 27-19. Let's have a look at the stats. Canada leading by 8. Defensive fouls fairly even. Turnovers 2 to New Zealand, 6 steals. That's really hurting the New Zealand team, but really helping Canada seize control of this game. They lead by 8. I hope you're enjoying the match here from Yoyogi National Stadium. And we'll be back for the second half very shortly. Hope you're enjoying this coverage of wheelchair rugby here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. This is a Group B match. Canada leading New Zealand by 27 tries to 19. Ani Koroferanisi, the leading scorer for New Zealand with 11. Zach Medell has 7 for Canada. So back come the New Zealand team, and it's like Barton Coots, Koroferanisi, Everson, and Rolton are out there. And still no Zach Medell for Canada, who's sitting it out at the start of the third quarter. Third quarter underway between Canada in the red and New Zealand in the grey. It's 27-19 to the Canadians. Hirschfield, Morale, Smith out there, and that's Travis Morale. In fact, Trevor Hirschfield getting that score there to extend Canada's lead to 9. And that's his first try of the game. Barton Coots stretches forward here under severe pressure from Mike Whitehead. Koroferanisi. There's a timeout called by New Zealand. Again, New Zealand under pressure to get the ball back over the halfway inside the required 12 seconds.
Struggling to get it across the halfway line within the time frame. It was a wicked ball from Barton Coots, just speared it in with the backspin, and Koroferanisi darting onto it, but still they couldn't beat the clock.
Cody Everson coming over to take this one for New Zealand. Barton Coots. This sport, remember, is played in 4 quarters of 8 minutes and has all elements from all sorts of sports in there. American football, ice hockey, basketball, handball, and of course rugby as well. Koroferanisi is really jammed up here. He's lost the ball, and it has come off a New Zealander or a Canadian.
I think Hirschfield scooped it out unintentionally.
Let's just have a look here. It still is New Zealand ball. Yeah, it took a little while for the referees to decide, though.
Should have had our vantage point from up here.
So it is going to be New Zealand ball, but there's only 0.9 on the shot clock. Looks like a timeout might have been called just before the 0.9 seconds expired. Coots just seeking clarification. Yep, it is going to be a player timeout. And that will be New Zealand's last of the games. They have no more left.
Long way from home with just one coach timeout left for New Zealand, so they're going to have to be very accurate. They can't dance with the clock too much.
Canada have 2 player timeouts and 2 coach timeouts remaining as well. So Everson, the shot clock back to 15. Barton Coots, space for him there. He can squeeze through that gap. Use the big power that he possesses, and Barton Coots scores to try. It's his first of the game. Oh, Koroferanisi almost steals the ball there. He got close.
Plenty of appreciation from his teammates, but not quite close enough.
It's the inbound pass. This is Mike Whitehead in possession for Canada.
Barton Coots looking to cut him off.
Whitehead changes direction nicely and squeezes through 2 New Zealand defenders to score. Back to a 9-point lead.
You see there Barton Coots trying to do the job to take out Whitehead, but he didn't just have Hirschfield in the crosshairs. He had Mike Todd as well.
Great catch there from Koroferanisi. Oh, that was good work from Everson, and a wonderful score for New Zealand. Good combinations coming in this game for New Zealand between Barton Coots, Conor Ferenisi and Everson in particular. Oh, can't quite lock up the chair there of Mike Whitehead, and he's away, the veteran player. Everson's locked him up though. Will he call a player timeout? Oh, ambitious pass, but a good one.
What a ball.
Dagenet scores.
Everybody forgot about him. We saw the pass go, we thought, where's that going to? It's like he'd morphed into the court.
Well, he has got a red jumper on, and the outside of the court is red. Maybe he came from a camouflage or something. I don't know. Here comes Conor Ferenisi. Everson just gets there in time. Good catch from him. He needed some courage to take that one. As Conor Ferenisi gets it back from his captain, and now he finds a way over. Oh, that was a hard-earned try.
Wow, nearly went cartwheeling over for the third time in this match, but managed just to stay on his stilts on this occasion. Very, very good from Barney Conor Ferenisi. Really enjoying the way in which he's playing this game tonight.
Well, that's good work from Smith for Canada. And now Whitehead. Oh, that was a head-on collision if there was ever one, wasn't it? And here, sneaking down court again, is number 12, Patrice Dagenet, who scores again. He's at his third Paralympic Games. Part of the team that came fourth, just beaten for the bronze medal. Last Paralympic Games, and now here comes Conor Ferenisi with a nice easy score.
Dagenet coming from a strong former hockey background. A lot of these Canadians have been picked up from ice hockey, not the field hockey that others may play. There seems to be a good parallel between the manner in which the games are played, and ice hockey players picking up the fastest, and the guys picking up another try is the Canadian captain, Trevor Hirschfield.
Conor Ferenisi. Around the cul-de-sac, he passes beautifully this time to Barton Coots, and he feeds Everson. That was a lovely team try to New Zealand that time. Cody Everson gets his fifth of the game. This is Smith. Screen work there from Trevor Hirschfield for Canada. Smith. Saw him do that in the warm-ups quite a bit.
How about the pickup from Barton Coots? Hirschfield thinks that came off Barton Coots. I mean, it was an incredible pickup from him. Then Hirschfield was in to try and dislodge it. It's good play all round in all departments. No one giving each other a moment's rest out there.
A couple of new players for New Zealand come in. Laforno and also Hewitt. Barney Conor Ferenisi takes a breather. Side Rolton. Here's Barton Coots. Laforno there, trying to create some space for him. There's no space, but there's two or three others up there, and that was good play from Barton Coots. Laforno with the try. Catch from Laforno. Over he goes. So they ball back in defence now. There's Smith. Still try that right flank. No. Door's shut. No corridor through there either. Well, Smith. No try is the ruling there. He was just determined to score, but didn't get there.
Just not able to squeak through the little gap. I think he gave the post a tickle on the way through. And that is going to go down as a negative turnover against Shane Smith. His stats are wild.
Oh, Barton Coots is not going to get there. Laforno with that pass. Just overcooked it just a tad. Well, it's interesting you say about how a lot of the Canadians have come up through ice hockey. Of course, as you can imagine, there's a few of this New Zealand team that were rugby players as well and love the sport. Still to this day, even though they're out in the wheelchair rugby team.
I think there's something in the Kiwi constitution, isn't there, that as an upstanding citizen you have to love rugby over there.
Pretty much.
Well, look, just coming back to Shane Smith and his stats. He's had 4 tries. Yeah, he's been turned over. He's also had 3 steals. He's won 2 penalty tries and given up 2 defensive fouls. It's a real Jekyll and Hyde out there from him, but loving what we're seeing in the first 9 minutes of him on the court.
Well, again, we're seeing Patrick Cote, the coach of Canada, rotate players in and out of his side. Lavoie is back out there now, and he will go over and score the try with Cody Everson in the penalty box. Everson will go and take the inbound pass. Cody Caldwell is back out there, Letourneau as well. Barton Coots with the ball for New Zealand. Oh, he's jammed up. Oh, yes! Now Everson, can he get that? Oh, he can!
All aboard the showboat. How good was that?
Well, that was brilliant play from Hewitt. That was a lovely tip-on pass, and now he might steal the ball off Lavoie. Oh, that's good work from him. And an equally good take there by Caldwell, who scores for Canada. It's an 8-try game.
The most we've seen of Lavoie so far, and I've got to say, I enjoy what I see. He's got these big, long-range arms that are able to wrap around any defenders who are trying to dispossess him, and we see his vision there, finding his man in the front court.
I tell you, there's some lovely touches there from Gavin Hewitt, Robbie Hewitt rather, for New Zealand. Now Barton Coots again. Here comes Barton Coots. Hewitt tries to set him a screen. Great pass! And Lafono goes over to score this time. Well, there's signs here where New Zealand get it right. They're not a bad side. It's just they don't quite have the depth and the class as these other sides here at this Paralympic Games. It's fair to say that 10 to 15 years ago, New Zealand was one of the better sides in the world. As Caldwell sneaks over.
Wow.
Fingers crossed those days will come again.
They were the best. They were the gold medalists in Athens. So this an important step for their reintegration to Paralympic Wheelchair Rugby Society. They might be having a rough ride out here, but they're going to be having an enjoyable one. They're at an Olympic Games. They're playing against the best. They're playing some beautiful wheelchair rugby right as we speak.
Well, this is great team play too. Barton Coots from Lafono, and some good work by Hewitt coming in there again. Now Barton Coots needs to put the foot down there. Oh, he could have gone through that gap. Oh, lovely work, and Lafono. That's how to score a try backwards, isn't it? Nice. Well, this game opening up nicely. Great entertainment. And now this is Anthony Letourneau. Just eases it back to Lavoie. As we close in on the last minute of this third quarter.
What we see here, Canada got a lot of timeouts still. I wonder if they'll use those to manipulate the clock on this occasion.
There goes Lavoie. Go round, he can't get that good screen though. And that try's been scored just in the nick of time. Well-worked move, and Letourneau was getting the score. The last minute of the third quarter.
And I think at 0.3 seconds, that is the finest of clock margins we've seen here in Tokyo thus far.
Barton Coots sucks in 2 defenders. Oh, jeepers, Everson was hit hard there. They'll need the panel beaters on his chair. There's Lafono. Gives it to Barton Coots. Soak up a bit more time. The team now Barton Coots needs to pass and he'll fire it to Hewitt. And Hewitt, can he put the foot down to score? It's been tipped out of play, so it's going to be New Zealand ball with 4.6 seconds left on the shot clock. 13.7 seconds left in the quarter.
So what they're going to do here is they're going to pop Barton Coots in there, right in the middle. He's going to stick the periscope up, try and pluck it one-handed, and reverse across the line. Let's see how we go.
Oh. Yeah, that's gone against New Zealand, hasn't it? It's going to be Canada's ball with 12.4 seconds to go. Chance for them to stretch the lead back out to 9. Lavoie, but time is against them, but he's fast. Oh, great pass, Letourneau. And in the end, they did it beautifully, Canada. Last play of this third quarter. And they won't have enough time to score, so it's going to be a 9-try advantage to Canada heading into the fourth quarter. The last of the game is Canada leading by 37 to 28. Let's have a look at some stats for you. That man there, Barney Konoferanisi, with 14 tries. He's got half the tries that New Zealand have scored. Everson has 6, Lafono 5. And for Canada, still Medell, even though he hasn't played in the second half, with 12, leading their team. So just confirming those leading scorers, Konoferanisi with 14, Everson 6, and Lafono 5 for New Zealand. Medell, Smith and Lavoie getting 4 each for Canada. Let's remind you too that the winner of this game will move through to the 5th-6th classification match. The losing team will go through to the 7th-8th playoff. Final quarter underway in this Group B wheelchair rugby match here at Yogi National Stadium at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. It's New Zealand in the grey and Canada in the red. New Zealand is with the first possession to find a way back into this game. Oh, and there was a push there. It's going to go against Mike Whitehead. Offensive foul against the Canadian team.
An unusual eventuality with the ball dropping on Lafono's head with him unawares.
New Zealand will get the ball back through Mike Todd, who's got some action. And unfortunately, Lafono, the pass, not quite accurate enough from Todd. And it's going to be Canada's ball. And straight away, it's going down. Oh, Connor Ferenisi is flying in there. Oh, great steal. Oh, that might go against New Zealand.
Oh, he did so well to get back there. Connor Ferenisi, different combination on court now for the New Zealanders. It's been all about Barton Coots plus either Lafono or Connor Ferenisi, but they're trying out the Connor Ferenisi-Lafono combination with Todd coming on for some much desired minutes as well. Interested to see how we go here.
So each team has a player in the penalty box at the moment, so it's 3-on-3. But it looks like a timeout's been called by the Canadian coach.
Wonder what those two are chatting about across the officials' desk. The art of getting away with it.
So 3-on-3 it is. It's going to be Canadian ball. Not mucking around there. That will bring Connor Ferenisi back on court. The reason Canada scored quickly there is because they want their fourth player back out there, and Lafono get the ball for New Zealand. Hopefully Todd this time can get the ball in the right spot. Yes, nicely done. Connor Ferenisi going down, won't score yet. Waiting for his team to jam up on the halfway line. And Hirschfeld's the target of that. Play's underway though. Whitehead is back into the game. Away he goes. Good pass. Going over to score, Shane Smith.
Well timed as well. Smith tops up his stats a little bit more in the try column. Quite a tactical feel to this quarter thus far, isn't it? More of a game of chess at the moment.
Well, there we are, 3 collisions in a row between Smith and Connor Ferenisi. It's going to be New Zealand ball. The last player to touch it was a Canadian. Todd, once again, to inbound it. Mike Todd from Christchurch, 2.0 player. 44 years of age. Also a prominent administrator in the sport in Christchurch too. There's Lafono. Tries to find Todd, and Todd will score the try. Good work from him. Oh, lots of jamming here. Whitehead finally gets himself free of those 2 New Zealand defenders and frees up Smith, who's away. Smith is jammed up beautifully there by number 9 for New Zealand, Gavin Rolton. And that's got his teammates back behind the ball, which is a good effort from Rolton.
Fabulous play from Rolton.
In the end, the Canadians just admire how teams can just reset very quickly in the sport and look to score another way, as the Canadians showed right there.
It is a huge transition sport, isn't it? From attack to defence in the blink of an eye. And we talk about transition in sports like football, rugby union, but just watching the way the players adapt and they react to those loss of possession is remarkable in wheelchair rugby.
Connor Ferenisi has conceded a defensive foul. And over he comes for another minute in the penalty box. game to Canada. Todd's out of the game. Hewitt back on there now. Now Whitehead. Go through for the easy try. So 11 try lead now. This is the biggest it's been. New Zealand's had losses to date so far have been by 28 to the United States and 23 to Great Britain. So big margins. It's going to be the last time out of the game called by coach Greg Mitchell.
So New Zealand out on their own, no timeouts left, chasing 11 points. Probably safe to say that this game is beyond reach for the Kiwis, but that's not to say there aren't big positives to take from this performance, the way they've connected and collaborated out there in attack. And also, just looking at how the quarters have progressed, they've got better and better and better. And they've got a good chance of coming away with a much tighter deficit in this fourth quarter.
Get play underway quickly. This is enough in the funnel once again. Konofera-Nisi can't get the ball to all. There's Hewitt with a bit of showtime again. This time it doesn't come off. Good work by the Canadians. But there was no advantage played there as the Canadian player Shane Smith was away to score the try, but the referee was more interested in penalising Konofera-Nisi again.
Shame to see that struck off, because it was real hot potato stuff from the Canadian team to release Smith, who would have 100% scored. Some really nice touches in there as Lafono comes and puts a big shot in while Mike Whitehead makes his way to the scoring key.
Maybe a bit of frustration there for Lafono, but they're all trying to jam up Konofera-Nisi on the halfway line. And now they have to release him.
Well, Hirschfield's reluctant, but Konofera-Nisi eventually wriggles away, turning inside. He's not going to pass, is he? He's not going to pass.
That was going to be a try or nothing for Konofera-Nisi. That's the 16th of the game.
He worked too hard to squirm away from all those red jerseys. No chance, guys. This one's mine.
Smith will inbound it for Canada. He's pretty nifty with his skills as well, isn't he, Shane Smith?
Well, he gets the big Samoan welcome before... Oh!
Just in time.
A timely timeout. Much to the New Zealanders' frustration, that would have been a beautiful turnover for them at this stage of the quarter.
Well, it wasn't to be. So Canada actually don't even have a discussion that time. That was just purely a tactical move. Here they come again, the Canadians. New Zealand waiting. Their defensive line to be engaged by the Canadians. Whitehead. Oh, good pass.
Very good pass, very good pass.
It was Patrice Dagenet once again scoring for Canada. Here's Hewitt.
Say he's free, Lafono, if he can find the pass. Foot race.
Not to be, he's nowhere near that one. I just wonder whether Hewitt could have kept going himself. There's been some moments here for Robbie Hewitt.
Just asked that bit too much of Lafono. Kind of felt as soon as you saw where the ball pitched that it might be just stretching Lafono that bit too much.
Here's Smith.
Nice.
Good double team there from Lafono and Konofera-Nisi. But that means the player's open. If they can get it to Whitehead, and Whitehead's going to sneak with some good control to score Canada's 44th try.
I know we talk about him a lot, and usually with regards to his try-scoring exploits, he's got 16 tonight, but the industrious nature of Barney Conoferanisi in defence in all aspects of the game tonight. It's just been a joy to watch. He's been after and at it, he's been pestering, he's been nibbling, he's been slotting people, and it just feels like he's having fun out there, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And Lafono did well there to score that try too. Smith at the other end, though, is going to chalk up another one for Canada.
He's enjoyed himself out here tonight as well. Looking forward to seeing a bit more of him tomorrow.
Well, exactly. He's a former Canadian under-17 wheelchair basketball representative as well before he switched over to wheelchair rugby. Here's Conoferanisi. Oh, that's an ambitious little pass to himself. He's going to score. He's got some showtime about him, hasn't he, Barney Conoferanisi?
He's a one-man band at times, but he's an entertainment machine as well. We love to watch Barney Conoferanisi. Interesting you were talking about Shane Smith and his basketball background. He got into wheelchair rugby after an impromptu game with none other than Zach Medell. Played a match with him and he thought, I like a bit of this.
And that's Conoferanisi reaching in again. And you guessed it, he's in the penalty box again.
How many times has he been there? 5th visit to the box.
It's great to watch Barney Conoferanisi. He's got great character and personality. And he gives it 100%, which is
well,
all you want, really.
We saw what it means to him to play for this New Zealand team. Tears in his eyes at the national anthem. Quite a beautiful, poignant moment yesterday for the match against Great Britain. And it means everything to all of these players out here. This is the highest level of wheelchair rugby that any of these players will ever achieve. And once you're a Paralympian, no one takes it away from you, forever a Paralympian.
Conoferanisi, another try to him, number 18. New Zealand have that lead back to deficit, rather back to 8. Barton Coots back out there now. Looking to lose the ball, beautifully gathered there from Morale. And Canada have their eye on another try. Lavoie is going to settle it down. So we haven't seen Zach Medell since quarter time. We'll see plenty of him in the next match for 5th and 6th place for Canada. Good pass from Lavoie. And a good try scored by Travis Morale. His 3rd Paralympic Games. Barton Coots. Got to get it over that halfway line pretty quickly, and he has done so. Tried it over to Lynch. Conoferanisi, not to be, and picked up beautifully by Travis Morale. That's another try.
I tell you what, those officials sat there on the table are glad that that ball didn't squirm across the halfway line, because Conoferanisi went through.
Yes.
Off court, it would have been a 10-pin bowling strike.
Good pass from Conoferanisi this time, and Barton Coots controlled himself over the line for a try for New Zealand. That's a 2nd. 2 minutes left. Morale. Good skills from him. Lavoie. Can't get the ball to Morale, who'd snuck right up high of him, but he comes back, Travis Morale. Conoferanisi still trying his hardest, isn't he? Oh, he's jammed there, though.
Lavoie, is he going to get the try that he missed out on at the end of that quarter? Yes, he is.
Good try from him. 6th try of the game from Fabien Lavoie. Oh, Barton Coots has had it pinched. And timeout called by that Canadian player just before it left the field of play, which means Canada retain possession.
They've got a couple more timeouts to play with as well. 90 seconds on the clock. They want the half century. I'm sure they'll get it. As Connor Ferranisi departs the field one more time, alongside Gavin Rolton.
Yeah, New Zealand have Lynch back out there, Lafono, Barton Coots and Robbie Hewitt as their 4 on-court players at the moment, probably to close out the game. As Canada just wind the clock down, don't need to score. Their place in the 5th and 6th classification match is secure. Good pass over to Morale. And they now score to try to bring up their 50th of the game.
That is an excellent pass to Morale.
And they've outscored New Zealand 13-7 in this quarter as Barton Coots with one of New Zealand's last play in the game, and he passed a beauty over to Lafono. Goes over to score a try.
Once again, steals proving costly for New Zealand, and Canada making 10 of them to New Zealand's 1. Look at the scoreboard now, 50 points to 36, those steals. A telling tale on the scoreline.
Smith shrugs free of Barton Coots, but he's going to cool the engines and soak up more time rather than score the try. As we mentioned, the game is nice and safe for the Canadians, who will post their first win here at this Paralympic Games after dropping their first 2. Still in possession here of Fabien Lavoie, and now he offloads nicely. And Morale will go over and score.
Just in the nick of time with Gareth Lynch sliding across to put in a shot on the side wheel.
So Barton Coots inside the last 10 seconds. Can New Zealand score one more? Lafono can't handle the ball, and the clock stops with 1.6 seconds to go. So it's a happy Canadian team. It's been tough for them to get close to Great Britain and to the USA without winning either of those 2 games, but they've comfortably accounted for New Zealand in their 3rd and final group match. And in doing so, will move through to a classification match for 5th and 6th place. New Zealand, well, they will play off the 7th and 8th. The final score in this game, Canada 51, New Zealand 36. Well, again, great spirit in this game, as there been in all the games here in the wheelchair rugby here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Marnie Connor Ferranisi, such a star in this New Zealand team. We'll see him one more time in this games to come. But Canada are the champions of this game. Win it by 51-36.
Well, Patrick Cote, the Canadian coach, delighted to finally get a W in the ledger. The Canadian team earned that, and they did it without their main man wearing the 33 jersey there, Zach Medell. He'll be prominent in their final match tomorrow, but the rest of that Canadian squad brought a squad effort to defeat New Zealand, and that's what it's about. It's about the camaraderie, it's about the community. And that New Zealand team, it might not be smiles and joyousness having lost their 3rd game here at Rio, but each game, there's no doubt about it, they're improving. They're understanding each other themselves more, and they can definitely leave the court with their heads held high after this match with Canada.
So final score again for you in this game. Canada 51, New Zealand 36. So one last check of the stats for you, with Canada winning by 15 tries. Steals 10-1, a huge reason for Canada's win, and penalties also hampered New Zealand 10-4. And those two statistical categories really helped Canada to get over the line in this one by 51-36. Connor Fedonisi ended up being the top scorer in the game with 18. Medell was the Canadian top scorer, even though he only played one quarter, 12. But Lavoie and Smith chimed in with 6 each for the winners of this game. So let's have a look at the final standings in Group B. So the United States and Great Britain will qualify for the semi-finals. Canada finished third and will play off for 5th and 6th. And New Zealand finish 4th in this group to play off for 7th and 8th. And here we are. This is how it all shapes now. We have our 4 semi-finalists confirmed, with the United States and Japan topping the 2 groups, Great Britain and Australia, the other teams to qualify for the semi-finals. So the matches will be the United States against Australia and Japan playing Great Britain. Those will be the 4 teams that will be competing for the medals here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Well, some brilliant action from both teams in this game. They showcased this sport beautifully of wheelchair rugby. But Canada prevailed to win it by 51-36 and get their first win of these Paralympic Games. New Zealand will be back to fight another day. So it's going to be Canada that will play France off for 5th and 6th place. New Zealand will play Denmark for 7th and 8th. That's it for now here from Yoyogi National Stadium. We hope you enjoyed our coverage. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.